Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening! Welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host that usually forgets to unmute, Justin D. Morgan. And this week, didn't have a live stream Tuesday, but I should have a scripted video to premiere tomorrow before Old Tech Fridays. So I'm going to schedule the premiere for 7:30 p.m. Or for my channel supporters on both Ko-fi and Patreon, the preview is live. Speaking of things that are live, who is live in my chat? We have Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. You will find out shortly. We have Kibbs. Hey, Kibbs. We have Frank S. We have myself. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, and I know he knows what a VIP motherboard is. I think he's the one that introduced me, or reintroduced me to them. We have Jack68K. We have Gut Bomb. And we have Trina. I saw Trina in here somewhere. We have Sorcerer Stan. And yes, welcome. Yes, it is me. And I have this absolutely lovely retro box on the bench. I mean, it kind of somewhat goes nicely with other retro boxes, such as, if I can move my head right, we got the Microsoft Assembler box. It's cool in its own right. I've got file boxes that have Macs in them. They're cool in their own right. And then I have Trina's like, wait, Justin's not going to be like Javier and not do channel stuff while we are streaming? No, I want to make sure you all can watch my video before you all have Old Tech Fridays, because then maybe you'll have something to talk about. What do I have? Well, okay. Show of hands in the chat. Or, well, however, who remembers seeing these boxes back in the day? I mean, yes. I remember these boxes. I remember taking the boards out of them and then using them to build boxes. Although I'm not totally sure that this box actually belongs to the motherboard that's in here, because I don't remember PC Chips motherboards, the brand that I seemingly somehow managed to buy. Jeremy had a box like this from Computer Reset. Well, I remember these from back in the day. And this is an eBay purchase, which I normally regret. However, I'm feeling confident about this one, because these boards normally go for ridiculous amounts, but I confess I sniped the auction. That's the only way I got this for $59 plus shipping. Also, I realized afterwards that some things about it aren't documented that well, so maybe it just wasn't that popular of a board, but... Oh, also, these cache modules did not come with the auction. These were a separate purchase, but I'm glad I figured out where these went, because I was looking for them before the stream. One reason I was a little bit late, I had to make sure I posted the video for Patreons, but then I was looking for the cache chips I have to upgrade motherboards, and I couldn't find that tube that turns out I stuck them in this box to bring them downstairs. So what do we have here? Okay. Yeah, well, I learned from Ken Rockwell, the photographer, that's about the only way you can win things, is to snipe the auction. Because, as Ken Rockwell puts it, it gives the other people bidding no time to do, like, emotional things such as, like, spend too much money. I know, this hobby is getting more and more expensive. But here we go. So, I got this board for $59, which probably means I overpaid because it's PC chips. But, what is a VIP motherboard? It's probably the first question. Although, if we get done with this motherboard, I have another VIP motherboard, but it's a VIP motherboard because it has VIP in the part number. And it also came from eBay, and I might actually regret it, because if it doesn't work, I overpaid for it. But this is a VIP motherboard for one very special reason. VIP. V stands for Visa Local Bus. I stands for ISA. And P stands for PCI. Yes, yeah, this is the board. Jeremy's been looking for one of these. So I knew that's why I knew Jeremy would know what this was, and he reintroduced me to it. Joe! Speaking of VIPs in the chat. Yes. Unfortunately, this is a PC Chips motherboard. Fortunately, it does appear as if the cache is real. But PC Chips did not document the cache jumpers, so this could be interesting. Oh, and I like how Windows decided it was going to take like 10 minutes to load everything. Interesting. Hopefully it's not a sign that solid state drive in this computer is failing. Probably just a sign that Windows is slow. Anyways. So, I have saved searches, and one of my saved searches is for 486 motherboards, although if this board works, I'll probably delete it, because I'll have finally done what I set out to do with the search. I wasn't necessarily looking for a VIP motherboard. I was actually looking for a Visa Local Bus board that didn't have weird cache quirks. So, anyways, but when I saw this board, starting bid of $49, and it, like, up until like the last 10 minutes, well, I think someone bid $49 like a day or two before it ended, and I figured, oh, it's gonna go silly high in price, but I don't know. I guess I managed to pick one that ended at a weird time of the day. But Trina's like, good old wind blows. Yeah, I know. So anyways, if this board works, this board will actually replace the Visa Local Bus board in my 486 build that I have been trying to do. But it will also eliminate the need to... Although I still want to make a video on it, because I don't know how we survived the 90s. And Jeremy makes a comment, this looks so much like the board that I bought from him. I am going to go grab that board, because that is a good point. It is part of the it's part of the history as to why I got this board when I found it. But yeah, it is definitely saying something that apparently I like dropping bubble wrap on the... Oh yeah, bubble wrap. Yeah, I got bubble wrap on the floor. You know, when you get stressed of streaming and you need to, like, just kind of take your aggression out on something. Alright, we'll toss that where I can't roll over it with my chair. Joe's computer museum, Price is Right horns. Yeah. Yes. But anyways, so I've got the 486 build. It's got the world's seemingly quirkiest 486 board. which seems to be all of them in it. That's the board that I either got to choose between, I think, 256K of cache or 32 megs of RAM. Now you see why I was looking for a less quirky Visa Local Bus board. I was like, I want my 32 megs of RAM, should I so choose, and my cache. Thank you very much. Oh no, it's stuck buffering for Jeremy. I hope it's not stuck buffering for everyone. Anyways, so Jeremy had bought this board here. It is a PC chips board. This came all the way from Italy. And it had the blue lightning chip on it. That's actually in my Visa Local Bus build right now. But this is a upgrade chip. Unnecessarily an upgrade chip, because this board can actually do 3.3 volts. But I didn't have the non-upgrade version of this chip at the time. But the one thing about this board, and I am going to do a video on it, it's my How Did We Ever Survive the 90s? But this is one of those fake cache boards. So note the right back brand memory. Right back is a cache mechanism, not a brand. So yeah, if you ever see one of these boards that have right back branded SRAMs for the cache, it's fake cache. However, this, I can actually remove these, put sockets, and the connections are actually on this board to support real cache. And the really insidious part about these boards is they'll tell you, like, cache on when they boot, even though that's fake cache. That's the really insidious part. PC Chips was the worst, and their affiliate companies. My internet speeds could be kind of varying too, Jeremy, because Comcast is the worst. But anyways, you might have seen me working on this on one of Dave's streams. Oh, hey, Jesse. So anyways, so this is the board I was, because actually what I was going to do is I was going to have two 486 builds. I was going to have my Visa Local Bus build, but I wanted a board that didn't have weird, quirky RAM cache limits, because I want a 486 build where I can kind of leave it set up as something nice, but have the ability to, like, change out the RAM or change out the processor or change out the video card. Hey, Ryan. So that I could test things like Trident video cards. Ryan joined just at the right time. But the thing is, if I did ever want to try hey, what happens if you did put 128 megabytes of RAM in a 486? Well, a board that has a quirky cache implementation where 256K of cache and you get memory errors at the 32 megabyte mark, that's not going to work. So it's like, okay. But I was going to then have a board set up where it's like, this represents the end of the 486 era, where I got PCI slots. And I could, again, set it up as something nice. And I was actually going to put an AMD 5x86 P75 in my PCI board as kind of my default setup. But again, a board where I could try video cards, try memory, try different processors, even could try different amounts of cache. But for this board specifically, at some point I'm going to do a video on the bad things that happened in the 90s. I don't know how I'm going to frame it, but fake cache is definitely one of the biggies of the bad things from retro computing in the 90s, is fake cache. I had actually found a fake Yamaha sound card on eBay, but the seller wanted way too much for it. But I was like thinking of, well, maybe I could do the video more than just fake cache, but like the fake things that flooded the market in the 90s that like gave a bad mark to computers. So Anyways, but then I found this board on eBay. I managed to snipe the auction. $59 plus shipping. So really what this does, if this board works, is now I have one 486 board that lets me do everything I wanted to do with it. Yeah, Jeremy's saying, I bet those fake cache chips are hollow on the bottom. That's the other thing I want to do in that video, is I want to reveal, like, how insidious some of these plots were. So actually, the one thing is, there are a couple things that if you'd like to, like, donate something to the channel to help with that documentary effort, I really would like a fake cache board that has the, like, quad flat pack, or I forget what the chip type is. It's like, whatever this package type is, but those boards, the reason why I really don't want to pay much for them is those fake cache boards with this style of cache chip, where it's like the big rectangle, the traces go absolutely nowhere, and there is no way to put cache on them. Although some of those boards have Coast modules that take proprietary Coast modules. Again, no thanks to PC chips. But, yeah. Or, I mean, if you have one of those fake Yamaha PCI sound cards, that it's clearly not a Yamaha OPL chip on it, or anything that could help with that, just reach out to me. Because I would even consider borrowing things. When I'm ready to do that, I would consider even borrowing some of these items, because I don't necessarily need to keep all of them. But anyways, back to the VIP motherboard. So if this board works, which we will find out very shortly, because we're going to go for a power-up, then this will actually be the board that goes in, and assuming it has no quirky cache issues, then this will be, oh yeah, to Jeremy's point, take care to look at the traces for the cache chips. Yeah, Jeremy probably remembers that I asked him to take a picture of the bottom of this board so I could make sure that the traces looked real. But yeah, especially those other fake cache boards, when you look at the traces, they like, if it looks like the traces are circling around and really don't go anywhere, trust your gut. It's like, if you really look at it close enough to the point where you think some of those fake cache boards, it's like the traces look like they're just swirling around. Yeah, you're probably right, because a real cache trace is going to go to the chipset or some part of the chipset, and if you think the traces are swirling around in a fancy roundish shape, yeah, they probably are. Your gut is probably telling you the correct thing. I don't have a picture of one right offhand to show you. Although I could, well, no, I probably can't pull one up real quick, but yeah, Jeremy's right. The circling traces are usually on the boards with SMD chips. Yeah, those are the ones where the fake cache is truly fake. The traces go nowhere. It's like, whose line is it anywhere? Whose line is it anyways? Where the games are made up and the points don't matter. Well, yeah, whose cache is it anyways? Where the traces are made up and the kilobytes of SRAM don't matter because there is none. But yeah, on this board, the traces actually do go to the chipset. So there were actually sometimes you could actually buy these boards back in the day and there was actual real cache on them. Like this board, if you go to the retro web for this board, there is like a fake cache warning on the page, because some of these boards of this model, which this is a, oh, excuse me. This is not a PC chips board. This is an Amptron board, but they were part of PC chips, so I guess it effectively is PC chips. That's why the box didn't look like PC chips, because it's an Amptron board. But anyways, and I forgot where I was going. Whoop. Okay. Yeah. Frank S says, lol, love the reference. Trina says the British version of the show is so much better than the American one. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Anyways, I did print off the documentation for this board. But if you went to the retro web for this board, there's a fake cache warning on it. Because sometimes this board has fake cache on it. But luckily, in this case, these actually do appear to be UMC SRAMs. So I believe this board actually has cache on it. So yeah, Jeremy knows PC chips motherboards because that's what he ran in his main systems for at least 5 years. So anyways, so yeah, if you make sure you smash that like button. I do like to, and subscribe if you want more weird references when I think about them. Like, but yeah. So anyways, this is the VIP motherboard. Now, a spoiler alert, the other VIP motherboard I have, the reason why it's a VIP motherboard is because it has VIP in the model number. It's for a different project. Was there any legal ramifications for that fake cache stuff? Gutbomb is asking. I don't know. That's actually one thing I would like to be able to do some research on before I do the video. Because that is definitely a question that did anyone ever suffer legal consequences? I don't know. That's something to figure out. So anyways, I think it's probably no time like the present to... Okay, Jeremy says there might have been legal troubles, but it's unclear at the moment. Yep, it's some research I'll have to do. I'm sure if there was anyone that faced legal consequences, the court documents are probably out there somewhere. All right. So if this board works, I may try upgrading the cache. And the keyword is try to upgrade the cache because it does seem as if Amptron did not document the cache jumpers for this board. Interestingly enough, the RetroWeb does seem to indicate in their in the documents they have that there were different cache configurations. However, it would appear as if Amptron never published the jumper settings. But I did a little research before this stream. Jeremy's saying the tale of PC chips is worthy of its own documentary. Yeah, it probably is. Anyway, I did a little research for this stream. I was looking for other motherboards that use the same UMC chipset that also appeared to have similar cache jumpers to this board. And I think I found it. I'm hoping these jumper settings will actually work. And it would be the Amptron DX9200 motherboard, of all things. So this one here that I've got on the bench is the DX9500 version 1.5. But it would appear, and I thought this was appropriate, that they had several motherboards that used the same chipset. And while the jumpers on this board are called something differently than the jumpers on this board, and I think this board, well, it has the 9200 had 2 VESA slots instead of 1. I found it ironic that the jumpers for the cache are even in the same place. In fact, most everything, according to this diagram, seems to be in about the same place, with the exception of, I mean, these voltage regulators would have had to have moved to accommodate the second VESA slot. But a lot of these other jumpers are the same. So I'm thinking the cache jumper settings for this board, if this board indeed supports other cache sizes, I think the jumper settings will work. And luckily, I'll just have to mentally map the fact that the jumpers are named different things. But the one thing I did notice is I looked at what the jumper settings would be for the 9200 board for having 256K of cache with 8 modules. Or no. Hold on. Oh, that's well, I thought the jumper settings might be compatible. Well, we'll see. May have a little challenges. They might be slightly different, but we'll see. I think, given that I've got some documentation, I might be able to figure it out. Oh, hey, Will. Welcome. We can only know by playing the PC Chips Lottery. Well, I think there's no time like the present to try the PC Chips Lottery here. So, what am I going to test this board with first? Probably should use a known working CPU. Which means, let me go grab one here that I care about slightly less. Alright, we'll do this one. So it's just a standard Intel DX266 processor. It doesn't do write back cache. If this board were to completely blow up. If I damage this processor, it's not a big deal because I've got a couple other 66s floating around. Also, I don't have to go find the heatsink wherever it managed to migrate to. I will have to set this board, though. So, there's that. And for RAM, I'm just going to I'll just try these random modules here that are rubber banded together. So I think that means it's a matched set. Although, in reality, I don't need to... I only need one module for a 486 board, but we'll put 2 in. Why not? These are metal clips on this board, but they're like the cheap metal clips. All right. And for video cards, I will start with a nod to Ryan, who's always telling me that I need a Trident card, and I will try to find the one that I thought I had floating around on my bench, but apparently don't. All right, I'll find my 8-bit Trident card. But anyways, I'll put a postcard in here and plug it into the speaker connector, which is going to be JP17, which actually I probably could have... Actually, yeah, it's the only 4-pin one there. All right. I'm sure the CMOS battery's dead, but I won't worry about that. I don't need to check the cache jumpers because they're factory set. Alright, so I have an 8486 DX2. So that means JP10. Which... I don't know where any of these jumpers are. Oh, but the reason why I printed this out is so I could see have the page with the jumper locations easily visible, and so I don't have to crick my neck to look at things on two monitors. So let's see, JP10 is... Interestingly enough, not in... Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, all right. So JP10 is down here, and I think it is already set to 1 and 2. JP11, I believe, is 1 and 2. JP24 is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yep, that's the one, like, right. JP24 is this one here. JP25 is 3 and 4. Yep. And then JP26 is 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I think there's another set of jumpers. JP27 should be open. JP28 is 1 and 2. No, JP28 is 2 and 3. JP29 is open. I'm not sure what this board was set for previously, but I was almost about to say that, you know, usually these boards ship for something conservative, like a DX266, and nope, apparently that's not the case. So JP29 is open, JP30 is open, and JP31 is open. Well, JP30 is already open, and JP31 is, well, will be open as soon as I move these jumpers. All right. And I will definitely check this board may not be configured for 5 volts by default. Oh, there's yet another page of jumper settings. So JP32 is closed. All right, well, JP32 is closed. JP33 is closed. Yep, that's already that way. JP34 is open. Yep, that one's open. And JP35 is pins 2 and 3. All right, I will at least give Amptron one thing on this board. Unlike some of their other boards where the jumpers are all over the board, at least they are within one area. Yeah, this may have had a 5.8. This may have had the processor that I'm going to put in this, but I did not want to test it first. All right, so JP7 is the clock speed jumper. And if I had to guess, that could be one of the jumpers that are in... No, that's voltage. I have to say, maybe it's one of the red ones, but no. Oh. Probably that block there. Yeah, JP7 for 66 megahertz, all 3 closed. Okay. Yeah, all right. And for voltage, this is a 5 volt processor. So JP19 is going to be 2 and 3. I do not know where JP19 is. JP19 is... Well, it's going to be one of the red jumpers if I had to guess. Oh, wait a minute. It's probably in this block here. Yeah, that's JP19, 20, 21, and 22. And those should all be... Oh! Actually, it's even marked on the board. Okay. That's actually cool if I just looked. So there, it's these 4 jumpers here, and it's actually marked, instead of pins 1 and 2 and 2 and 3, it's actually marked 3.3 volts and 5 volts on the board. So yeah, I bet this was actually jumpered for a 5x86 133. That would have been a fairly popular chip when this board was released. Or, well, probably about the time this board would have been popular. I mean, if you can call a PC Chips Amptron ECS Elite Group shuttle conglomerate of high quality motherboards. And I had to bite my tongue to say that. But yeah, let's see here. Well, somewhere I have a pair of metal tweezers that would have probably, oh, here we go. I'm having trouble getting the jumpers out. So let me use one of these. There we go. Jumper wires that I can use to kind of hook the jumper. All right. And then I think, let's see here, JP23 should be closed, and it already is. So there we go, JP23. All right, so we got the voltage set. I mean, it probably wouldn't have been the end of the world if I tried to run the CPU at 3.3 volts. It just probably would have not worked. It wouldn't have fried anything. All right. There we go. Processor, memory, postcard. Let me see if I can spot my... Oh, here it is. Trident card. We'll give it the best chance of working by using an 8-bit video card. And we'll go from there. There we go. I'll make sure I plug the video cable in. All right, there we go. Let's see here. We got a power supply. Which, always remember when connecting AT power cables, black goes in the middle. Unless you like the smell of smoke during a live stream. And we'll plug the compact flash card in to IDE channel 1. And I'll plug the Gotek into a floppy controller. And don't know if this is a sign that I'm feeling overconfident or what, but I'll even plug the keyboard in, and yeah. Oh, congratulations, Will. I'll and we'll plug the keyboard in. And we'll plug power into the power supply here as soon as I remember where the power lead went. Oh, it should be on my bench. This is the danger of working on multiple projects at the same time. and having a propensity for knocking things off the bench. I think I knocked the power cable. Yep, there's the power cable. Okay, we have power to the power supply. And all right. Oh yeah, let me make sure I got the right input on the scaler. All right, smoke test in 3, 2, 1. And we got postcodes. And we have a... Oh. An OBS issue. There you go. Have you ever wondered what the American Megatrends logo looks like when OBS, like, decides that it's going to show you the... Yeah, let me fix the, scaling of my capture input in OBS. Obviously, it's working. 1920 by 1080. There we go. That's better. And we have a WinBIOS. Fancy that. Joe's like, mega logo. Yep, 8 megs of RAM. I just grabbed 2 memory sticks. We are going to make it like it is 1999. Floppy drive A, actually that was correct. Master disk, actually I will auto detect that. You fix that. Caches are enabled. That's good for now. Auto configuration enabled. Right back. That's good. I think that all looks good. Power management is disabled. Peripherals. Yep, that's fine. All right, auto IDE. Yep, that's good. And let's see, save and exit, and there we go. Yes, Jeremy, it would work with the mouse if I'd plugged one in. That would have required me to find a serial port header, which I have around here somewhere. Okay, my scaler is stretching things, but whatever. 8 megs of RAM's not shabby. We have 256K of cache memory. That's good. All right, so let's see. CPU tool. Yep, got a. Yep, it's just a DX266. And a boot from USB. Haha, there's no USB on this. Cache check. Is this board doing any cache shenanigans? Ooh, actually that's not bad at all. Okay. So it does look like both L1 and L2 caches are enabled, because up to the 8K mark we have 16 microseconds per kilobyte. Up to 256K we have 29 microseconds per kilobyte, and then above that's 40 microseconds per kilobyte. That is showing 2 cache divisions, so therefore this board is not having any cache shenanigans, unlike my shuttle board. And let's see here. You know, I just wanted to make sure this board worked, but I guess for thoroughness, I'll run hardware info. And apparently I don't have enough free XMS memory to run hardware info. Okay, whatever. I guess we'll run... How about we will put a different CPU in and test it. The gateway board from 2002 was capable of booting from USB, but was really slow, says Jesse. Interesting. That would have been an early boot from USB. And Jeremy just sent me a link to a PCI card that has PS2 ports on it. That I've seen. And I believe by looking at the photo, it does appear as if this is a PCI to USB card that then has a USB to PS2 chip on it. That kind of feels like it's cheating. Feels like that's cheating a lot. But hey, why not? Yeah, we're going to go full ham here. All right. So what are we going to do now? Well, sorry, Ryan. End of the road for this Trident card on this computer. We are going full ham, as Jeremy says. I am going to put a PCI Mach 64 card in. I may even pull out the Visa Local Bus card at some point. But yep, I'm going to put the PCI video card in. And, well, first let's make sure this works. Then if this works, then I'll put the 5x86 processor in that's untested. So 3, 2, 1. Interesting. That's weird. This board not compatible, because I know this video card works. All right, let me try a different slot. Otherwise, I may go grab another PCI video card. Or maybe I gotta change a BIOS setting. Yeah, it's not happy about something. And the only thing I changed was the video card. Well, with that card, an optical mouse could be used, but I don't know if it'll work in DOS. Because I think it's a USB controller. Okay, so this video card, I don't know if there's something wrong with the PCI on this motherboard. Or maybe I gotta change a BIOS setting before it'll use a PCI video card. Let me see, I got another PCI video card around here that I know works. I just gotta remember where I put it. Well, funny thing is, I thought it was like right here. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let me put the ISA card back in. We'll power it back up. We'll go back in the BIOS. And because yeah, that for this 486 board, I'm not gonna I mean I might run Windows 95 on it in a partition, but I think it's primarily a system that I'd be running DOS games on. So I would want to be able to use whatever I mean, I may still get one of those cards because that is quite a handy card for being able to at least use a PS2 mouse that would be an optical mouse. But, alright. I'm going to replace the coin cell battery. I will measure the voltage of the original battery, but I at least want it to remember its settings. So I'll put the ISA card back in, and we'll go into BIOS, and okay, here we go. Okay, it likes ISA video cards. Maybe there's a setting I need to change. Okay. Yeah, Windows 98 SE would be okay, but I would just rather run DOS 622. I don't know what it is about these motherboards. I think I need a new AT keyboard. There we go. Oh. Okay, I apparently did not successfully enter BIOS. Well, there's always the Visa Local Bus, but I wanted to be able to use PCI video cards in this. It might be a BIOS setting. Haven't given up just yet. Alright, for anyone wondering, the original CMOS battery has 97 millivolts. It's dead, Jim. Okay, let's see here. Oh, it supports EDO RAM. Video BIOS cacheable. Yeah, the old battery's dead. Let's see here. Peripherals. Let me check something. Let me check the retro web here real quick. I seemingly remember there was a reason why I bought some flash chips the other day. Let me see if it was because this motherboard might have a BIOS update. Downloads 10.10.94 BIOS version 2.16.96. See if I can tell what version of BIOS is on here. Oh, the latest. A newer version than the RetroWeb has. All right. Well, if it doesn't like PCI video cards, it does not like PCI video cards. Ah! Okay. Well, let me see if I can find that PCI card that I thought I had here. But apparently I don't. Unless that's it hiding right there. I think that is... Oh, wait. Actually, I think that is a video card. Oh, please. Oh, no. False alarm. It's a modem. Alright. I think I I probably set it here. Let's see here. That is an AGP card. That would require major surgery to work. I could plug a I've got some PCI sound cards I can plug in to see if they're enumerated. That would at least tell me if PCI works. Alright, well, I'll grab a PCI. Here it is. Alright, and the PCI video card. And I got one more PCI video card here. And one more PCI video card. Alright, we're going to try some PCI video cards. Let's see if any of them work. If not, well, then this board will not be doing what I wanted it to do. Okay, so I'm just going to try these in a random order. So this is a Cirrus Logic. I know Ryan's going to be so disappointed that I don't have any PCI Trident video cards, but there's a good reason for that. And the good reason for that is because all the PCI Trident video cards I have been given and tried to purchase so far have all been dead. I have not found a single working PCI Trident video card. There we go. Okay, so it doesn't like my Mach 64 video card for some reason. Weird. This video card works in the board I got from Jeremy. Okay, so it likes the Cirrus Logic video card. Okay. So at least I know PCI is working. Alright. How about... Here we go. I've got this nice S3 Vision 964 video card. It's my number 9 video card. It's a fairly long card. I should probably go to table cam, because yeah, there we go. So there's yeah, this for a PCI video card. This is a fairly long card. And it likes it. Huh. I mean, this would be a fairly nice video card to put in a 486. I think it's got Windows 3.1 drivers available for it. It's the number 9 GXE64 Pro. I mean, it's a 2D card, but I mean, it's not like I'm going to be doing any real 3D gaming on a 486 level computer anyways. Yeah, old computers were heavy, Will. Watch your back. Alright, so I'm trying to remove this video card from the bag that I put it in that was actually kind of too small for it. Hold, please. I've got some more anti-static bags. I will put this in a non-form fitted anti-static bag. Alright, does it like this card? It probably will, because I think it's the same Cirrus Logic. No. In fact, it would appear as if this Cirrus Logic card is not working. Interesting. All right, let me try it again. Maybe I didn't have something seated. Well, that's a fail. Okay, so I don't remember where I got this card. I think it was either in something or apparently it. Oh, apparently it's got a bad memory chip. Well, I guess I'll have to put it in my repair pile. I should probably put a note on it as to why I'm putting it in my repair pile, but I don't see anything I can write a note on, so hopefully I will remember. Okay, so let me try this Mach 64 card one more time. Well, I do see there is a jumper on this card. Maybe I need to remove the jumper to put it in this computer. I don't. Maybe the PCI slot had oxidation. And it works. I guess there was oxidation in the slot. Jeremy wants to see the non-component side of the Cirrus Logic card that failed. Is that it? Because I think I got one at the swap meet as well. So that's the one that didn't work. This is the one that did work. Although this one I don't think came from you either, because I think I pulled this out of something I got at the swap meet. The one you gave me is... probably in another pile somewhere that... yeah, I've got multiple cards. Yeah, I think this card that failed... I want to say came from... it was either in something I got or it came from the swap meet. The one I got from you has an M on it. Okay. Well, it's probably... oh, please? I think the one I got from you is in another pile. Because I think I put the cards I got from you in a pile somewhere and set them in a safe place to try to keep them together. They're and I probably mixed them up with other things. Okay. Well, that card, I don't know where I got it from. Okay, well, my Mach 64 card's working now. I'll probably need to deoxit the PCI slots. Yeah, deoxit that socket. I probably need to deoxit all the sockets. I mean, it is nice that my S3... I mean, yeah, that's a large S3 card. I upgraded the RAM on it. I mean, it is... I mean, it's a 2D card. Don't let all the RAM fool you. It's a 2D card. I think it's got like it might be 8 megabytes of video RAM on it. Okay, so a Mach 64 card works. All right. So let's go for the next target. And I need to test this card. So this car, ooh, my 486 processor is just a bit warm. I'll have to get my heatsink for this. So this processor I got from Eric Wu's Rare Chips. I've not had any. I've bought chips from him before. Haven't had any troubles. Yes, he's an eBay seller, but he does seem to deliver on what he promises. Although it does look like a few of the pins are slightly bent. There we go. There we go. Got it in. All right. Which means now I gotta change the jumper settings. Because completely different processor, different jumper settings. But at least this board does actually have jumper settings for this processor. So, to configure this processor, JP10 needs to be 1 and 2. Actually, it looks like for everything, JP10 is 1 and 2. JP11 also needs to be 1 and 2. All right, we got that. Guess I can see if I can zoom in a little bit. So 10 and 11. So JP24 here, 1 and 2, 3 and 4. JP25 needs to be 3 and 4. JP26 needs to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. JP27 needs to be 3 and 4. So there's our first change. Yep. That's where that jumper was originally. JP28 is 1 and 2. I do believe that's where that was originally. JP29, yep, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, that's where I think these jumpers were originally. Yes, if you're thinking I had a slight method to how I was putting these jumpers, yes, there was. JP30 was open to begin with, and this one is 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm stealing that jumper there because I think I'm going to find that that's one of the jumpers I added. 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, JP32, which is the one I actually borrowed, is open. JP33 is closed. JP34 is open. JP35 is pins 1 and 2. Yeah, I think I just set this back to the way it was. I know that was hard to see. Good night, Trina. Yeah, that was an 8 megabyte VGA card. Okay, so for the clock speed, JP7, these jumpers are closed. I think that sets 33 megahertz. And this is a 3.3 volt processor, so all 4 of these jumpers need to be changed to 1 and 2. And let's see here. And last but not least, I mean, this AMD processor does say 3.45 volts on it, but I think, well, the closest I'm going to get is 3.3 volts. I think a slight undervolt will not hurt it because I think 3.3 volts is within the tolerance for 3.45 volts. Okay, so 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, JP22. And then JP23 is closed. All right, there we go. It's rejumpered, and I believe the board is now back to where it was before I started. So yes, I believe it was configured for this AMD 5x86. It was a very popular processor when it came out for budget systems. It does need a heatsink and fan. Unlike those famous YouTubers that will run processors like this without a fan for a moment, I am going to put a fan and heatsink on it because they aren't making these processors anymore. All right. 3, 2, 1. And it seems to be complaining about video again. All right, fine. If this board's going to be that way, all right. So, there we go. CPU identification utility. It is an AMD 5x86 133. It is enabled in write back mode. Let's run cache check. I think it has 16K of level 1 cache. I think. Yep. There we go. Got 8 microseconds per kilobyte up to 16K. 24 microseconds per kilobytes up to 256K. And then we're down to 34 microseconds per kilobyte for everything else. So, a little faster memory access. Very nice. There we go. Yep. And let's see here. I'm going to actually run a few benchmarks. Because this is going to fly. Oh, look at that. 60.5. That was on the faster one. And if I was thinking, I would have brought something down that I could write these scores down. Oh, wait, I did. Now, if I've got something to write with, that's the question. Because actually, I'll put the Visa Local Bus video card in. It's also a Mach 64. So, it would actually be a fair comparison. So, the 3D Funhouse benchmark, or whatever they call it, was 60.5. Yeah, virtual reality. Or as I like to call it, the HAL benchmark. And this is the cubic blob benchmark. You will note that I have named these benchmarks not based on what they're actually called, but by what they look like. Although I think this is like really some Chris's 3D benchmark. At 13.3 frames per second. Actually not a shabby score. And then we will go to the PC player benchmark, which I also like to call the City Zoom In Impossible benchmark. Everything gets low scores. Yes, Jeremy's giving a fun fact. PCI and VISA Local Bus are both 32-bit expansions. Yes, VISA Local Bus is basically direct connect to the processor, and PCI is, well, not. They both have their advantages. And 6.4 on the PC player benchmark, which I guess is not bad, but this is with the AMD 5x86. Yes, that's why I'm even bothering to run benchmarks. And this is with the PCI Mach 64 video card. So here's Doom on the faster PC settings. This will probably result in a decent score. This definitely looks like it will give a playable score. In fact, I think, well, Quake will do so-so. Unfortunately, Quake relies on the floating point unit, so it doesn't run well until you get to an actual Intel Pentium processor. But I think this AMD processor will give a reasonably decent performance for a 486 level processor. I mean, it's got the clock speed, but it doesn't have the FPU, but it has the clock speed. So Doom was 1862 real ticks. Yeah, definitely would be, yeah, you'd be very happy with this as a Doom system. And because I'm going for broke on all these benchmarks, so I'll only run one on each. And I can't run the Quake benchmark because either I don't have enough RAM or I'm not running a extended, I don't have a memory manager running or something. Okay, so I can't run Quake. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that looked great. That gives us enough benchmarks. I can figure out Quake. Alright, so there we go. That's with the PCI card. So let me see if I can't get the VISA Local Bus card out without too much trouble. It will require me to locate the screwdriver that is somewhere on my bench. There it is. Wonder how it would perform running Duke Nukem 3D. I don't know, and I don't have Duke Nukem 3D loaded on my compact flash card to test, but I think that's a fairly demanding game. All right. So when I bought the PCI Mach 64 card, and I think this is the first time I've actually tried to see if I was successful. Because I know there's a couple different revisions of Mach 64 chips, and I was trying to buy ones that appeared to be the same. Because a lot of these chips for PCI, it was like, well, if the top number on the part number is like the main part number, 210-888-GX00, then I might have successfully managed. I was trying to get the PCI one that was like as close to the VISA Local Bus one as I could, because I knew I would want to compare performance. Because I think there was a later version of the Mach 64 chip for PCI that I don't know if it was, for some reason I was thinking it's not as good, or I guess maybe it was watered down. But anyways, oh, Duke Nukem only needs a 486-66. Okay, well, I may have to locate Duke Nukem and put it on my compact flash card so I can try it. But it would only seem right, though, that I think I also need to get one of Deku Nukem's, like, keyboard mouse game port adapters so that I could play Duke Nukem with a Deku Nukem adapter. All right, so I got the Visa Local Bus card in. There we go. I am almost expecting that there's not going to be really much of any difference. If anything, I would think the Visa Local Bus might be faster. All right, and well, this benchmark is a 67.3, which is faster than the PCI. And the reason why I think this would be faster is because it's not you're not going through a PCI bridge, because this is basically directly off the processor. So actually, I may leave this Visa Local Bus Mach 64 card in here, especially if it's a bit faster. All right, so we got the cubic blob benchmark here. The score to beat is 13.3. Because the thing is, this motherboard has onboard I/O, so it's not like I need the... It's not like I need to put a controller card and a video card that I'd both want to be Visa Local Bus. So, yeah, if the Visa Local Bus card's faster than the Mach 64 PCI card, I'll hold the PCI card for another system. I'll put it in one of my Pentiums. Yeah, Jeremy's PCI is a controller chip, like basically the traffic cop between the CPU and the device. Oh, there we go. The score to beat was 13.3, and we have 14.1. Again, a very slight bump. All right, let's go to PC Player Benchmark. Score to beat is 6.4. I could actually see this one scoring right about like 6.5 or 6.6. Because this one's a tough benchmark. Oh yeah, Duke Nukem will probably play. If Duke Nukem will run on a DX266, it will probably run quite nice on this system. And of course, the score would have to be off the screen. So let me. I got to adjust my monitor here. And it score. Okay, you can't see it. I just had to adjust my multi-sync monitor so I could see the whole screen. The score to beat was 6.4, and the score is 6.4. I knew that I knew that if it was faster on that one, it was not going to be much faster. All right, and Doom, the score to beat was 1862 real ticks. And it could be the placebo effect, but it does seem to be running even a little bit smoother. So it wouldn't surprise me if we get down to closer to 1800. Although it also wouldn't surprise me if we're about 1862 and this is the placebo effect and we're really limited by the processor at this point. There we go. And 1862 was the score to beat. And 1918 real ticks. Wow. It's actually a little bit slower. Yeah, PC players. Jeremy, I've often thought that PC player benchmark is not optimized for reality. It scores awful on anything you run it on. think it even scores awful on like a Pentium 233 MMX comparatively. Yeah, so the Visa Local Bus card is a little faster in what I would call the synthetic graphics benchmarks. No change on the impossible benchmark, and it's a little slower in Doom. Ah, hey Sucra, welcome. I just was trying out Visa Local Bus Mach 64 in my VIP motherboard after trying the PCI version of the card. That's Jeremy says he tried on a Pentium 4 just to see what number it spits out. That would be interesting. I might have a Pentium 4 system. Yes, I think I do have a Pentium 4 system that I don't often... It's like usually newer than I would show on the channel, but one of the guys I used to work with, he was like, would you like my old computer? Because I'm just going to throw it out otherwise. I was like, sure. So I think it's a Pentium 4 something or other. It's newer than I usually deal with. The cache is not fully populated. But it is very interesting you ask, because that is actually the next thing on the agenda. I was going to see if I could upgrade the cache and see if it would make any meaningful difference. Oh. I just realized, though, if I'm going to do that, I should probably run the cache check benchmark and write the numbers down in case it has a detrimental effect on performance. So let me go do that real quick. So I'm just going to run cache check. I think I remember what it was showed before. So let's see here. So this is 256K. And yeah, it was 8, 24, and 34. Yep. Yeah, it's a 5x86. Okay, so I know what the access times are, and then let me write down the memory. So it was 136.2, 46.6, and 32.2. 130, 92 nanoseconds. All right. Okay. I have those written down. That way, if I upgrade the cache and the numbers go the wrong way, then I'll know that was a bad idea. All right. So, I have cache chips, and I'm not afraid to use them. However, got one slight little problem, and that is that Amptron did not document the cache jumpers for this board. They are not in the user manual for this board. However, not to be deterred, as I was letting everyone know previously, I searched the RetroWeb for other boards using the same UMC chipset, thinking that maybe one of them has a very similar jumper arrangement. And sure enough, the Amptron 9200 board seems to have potentially similar cache jumpers. So let's see if okay. Interestingly enough, so So right now, this board is 256K. Ah, okay, here we go. So, this is 256K of cash, and it is 32K by 8 chips in Bank 0, which luckily they labeled Bank 0, and 32K by 8 chips in Bank 1. So, according to the 9200 table, that would be Type C. When the 9200 is configured for Type C of cache, jumper JP9 is 2 and 3, 4 and 5, and open, open, short, short. And sure enough, I think this is the equivalent to JP9 on this board, and it is 2, 3, 4, and 5. And there is the equivalent to JP 10, 11, 12, and 13, and it is open, open, short, short. So, hey Bruce, welcome. You are about to see me attempt to upgrade cache on a motherboard that has poor documentation for the cache jumpers, in that there is none. So I have here, and these also came from Eric Wu's Rare Chips. These are 128K by 8 cache chips. These are kind of hard to come by. And I believe I have enough of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 10. Because according to some source that I read... Oh, I must have misread something. Okay, so I need 8 of these for cache. And then the reason why I had these other cache chips in a tube is these are 64K by 8 cache chips, and that's what I need to use for the tagram to use 1 megabyte of cache. So yes, we are going... Yeah, Bruce says, sounds great. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah. Well, I've tried upgrading cache on other 486 motherboards, and I've got one board that won't let you use 32 megabytes or more of RAM when you have the cache maxed out, because reasons. All right, so I think I'm going to pull these chips out of here. I will hold on to them. So this is going to be the tagram. Okay, let me see. I need the... Well, I think the worst that'll happen is it won't work. Ideally, maybe I'll be able to tell that the 9200 cache jumpers are equivalent. And, yeah. How hard could it be, as Jeremy Clarkson would say? Yeah. Now, one thing I could do if I really wanted to see how similar these were is I also have enough of those 64K by 8 cache chips that I could actually try an intermediate value, but I'm going to go for broke here, because I wanted to max the cache out, because I want a high performance 486 system. Because quite honestly, if Sucre says, Alliance, heard they make great video cards. Yeah, you know who else makes great video cards? Realtek. In fact, I've got it on my workbench here somewhere. I told Chris, RetroTech Chris, I'd replace the caps on it for him, but not that I thought it would improve its performance much, but I also wanted to benchmark it. in something maybe a bit more appropriate than what Chris had. No, if you see a Realtek video card, it's really not a great performing video card. Yes, only the best of the best of the best. That's why I'm actually trying to go for like a Mach 64 video card in this system, which for some reason my PCI card doesn't always like to work. I think the PCI slot might have been oxidized. I'm hoping the deoxide I put in it. Fixed it. But anyways. Alright. There's 4 out. For some reason these cache chips were like really pressed down in their socket, and I couldn't get my chip lifter in under the one side. Alright. Oh. Alright, we'll see you later, Sukra. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, Realtek VGA equals real joke, yeah. Oh yeah, the Realtek video card, that is at least one good thing. It would be good for testing. I mean, at least works, but it's a really poor performer. Alright. Let's see here. Alright. So that I don't forget. Now, somewhere I kind of thought that... Let me double check the guide for the 9500 and see what it said the tag RAM was for. Nope, it also said 64K by 8. Okay. Alright, so I am attempting to remove the seal from the 64K by 8 cache chips and removing one from the tube. All of the cache chips I am using tonight I got from eBay, the place where I buy a lot of things that I later regret. So we will see if I regret the purchase of any of these cache chips or not. Actually, Retrotech Chris and I thought the Realtek VGA card would actually be very well suited for like a 286. Because the 286 probably wouldn't be able to really take advantage of much faster. Although a 386 SX16 could also be a good... might also be good for it. Okay, so this is the 64K by 8 tag RAM. I wanted to put it in first so I remembered. All right, and then... And yes, for anyone seeing... These chips actually do use all 32 pins in the socket. So eBay is the conduit from your wallet to purveyors of items you want. Yes, that is true. All right. Now, if I was installing smaller chips, then, or if I reinstall the old cache chips for any reason, then I want to put them with the empty pins at the top of the socket. Because that's where all the extra address, I think it's address lines are in those pins. I think with the DIP28 cache chips, the usually power or ground is pin 1 on the chip. But I think on these, that is probably going to be pin 3. Anyways. Yeah, I'm going for 1 megabyte of cache. I don't know if it'll make any difference at all. I mean, I could have gone to 512K. I did buy enough of the 64K by 8 cache chips that if I find out that there's some problem going up to 1 megabyte, I do have enough that can go back down to 512K. So, although I could also use, I think, 4 of these to do 512K. I don't know if there's a difference in performance. I mean, there's probably not. But yeah, I bought the 64K by 8 cache chips from a seller that was in the US. Eric Wu's Rare Chips is in China. But I bought chips from Eric before and hadn't had a problem, so I'm not expecting any real problems here either. Ah, okay. Hold on. I was thinking that looked weird. Good thing I caught that. I somehow managed to miss the pins on one side of the socket. There we go. I had pushed the chip into this. One side of the chip leads into the space between the two sockets. That was awkward. All right. And I will need to add some jumpers here. Now, I did also, because one of the things I tried to do in my research to figure out what the jumpers might be for this board, I first started looking to see if the data sheet for this chipset had been leaked onto the internet, but it seems like UMC has successfully managed to keep their data sheets off of the internet. So luckily, I went for the alternate route of, oh, well, if I can't find the data sheet for the chipset, I'll just find a motherboard that has similar jumpers. And I am looking for the little bag of jumpers. Here we go. So Sorcerer Stan sent me some jumpers. And I'm going to use them so that I remember which ones I added for this upgrade. So I believe, according to this jumper setting, for the cache that I just added, that I need to add a jumper there. And a jumper there. And a jumper here. And a jumper here. So it's like, there we go. There we go. And now it'll make it really easy for me to tell which ones I changed. There we go. All right. Okay. There we go. Don't know if it'll work. Only one way to find out. Worst comes to worst. I mean, I shouldn't. I mean, I'm not going to damage anything. Probably not. All right. 3, 2, 1. And we're posting. And there's the memory test. And Oh, I forgot to put the compact flash card adapter back in the IDE port. Okay. It was waiting for a IDE drive that wasn't there. There we go. All right. There we go. 1,024 kilobytes of cache memory. And let's see here. CPU ident utility. Well, that wasn't going to show any differences. Cache check. All right. This is probably the main. So it looks like the jumper settings are the same. And there we go. We are caching up to 1 megabyte. If you'll notice the memory access block sizes. So we're still at 8, going up to 16K, but 24 goes up to 1,024K, and then 34. So we did not. So the cache is running the same speed. The memory bandwidths are the same. Access times are the same. All right, good. So I didn't run. It does not look like I ran into a problem where the cache was doing funky things. Now I will. All right, now let's see if the benchmarks are any. I don't know that any of these benchmarks are going to show a difference. I think more cache maybe would help. Oh, okay. So 256K of cache, we were at 67.3, 67.7 now. It could be within the margin of error. And we locked up. Okay, we locked up. We locked up good. All right, where's the reset jumper? Reset switch is JP13. All right, let's try the next benchmark. I still have stability problems. There is one of these SRAM chips that I may swap out. It has a leg that looks slightly funny. I thought it was okay, but I don't know. Maybe it's not making good contact. Maybe this board has stability problems with a megabyte of cache. I mean, that is also possible. Maybe I'll settle for 512K if that's more stable. "15 frames per second. Was 14.1 with 256K of cache. That's actually showing a difference. PC player. I may run a memory test. Cache chips aren't running that hot. 7.8. Oh, wait. This actually showed a uplift with 1 mega cache. It was 6.4. Now it's 7.8. All right, I'm going to run 3D Bench again. 67.7. Okay, that might be maybe it might be that benchmark, because quite honestly, I think I've had weird problems with that benchmark on other computers. One test would be, let's run Doom. I think if Doom runs good, then yeah, it could be the 3D player benchmark. I mean, I'm not building systems just to run benchmarks. It's a good way to kind of get a comparison between systems. If one of these benchmark programs has a problem, not really a big deal. Now, if I have other stability problems, big deal. But if one particular benchmark just locks up after it runs, well, whatever. 1855 real ticks. Ah, it's a little faster. That's actually now a lower real ticks than with the PCI card. So I think the extra cache is showing a... Alright, I am going to do one thing, though. I mean, there is one of these cache chips that the way it looks is kind of bugging me, so I'm going to remove this cache chip. It's got like a... Oh, you know, it's not the... Okay. Well, okay, I'm gonna swap it out. Just in case. There's like something weird about one of the, like something weird with the chip right above one of the legs, so I'm just gonna swap it out for one that doesn't look weird. There may be nothing wrong with it. I'll see if my TL48 can test that size SRAM. I don't know that was causing issues, but well, I did make sure I bought some extra chips just in case. Because the last thing I wanted to do was to start an upgrade and then have issues because I bought exactly enough. And I mean, every seller's occasionally going to... I mean, chips will fail. Even trusted sellers occasionally have issues. Alright, so let me see if this SRAM is... I think this is a... W24512. Ah, okay, it doesn't look like it supports... Oh, actually, that might be it right there. That might be a compatible device. Alright. Let's see if this by chance will test this chip. Ah, okay. Yeah, that SRAM that has something funky going on with it is testing fine. luckily I realized what the it's yeah. Jeremy says failing chips are part of our hobby. Unfortunately, yeah. Okay. I mean, I do find it a good sign that the benchmark program runs, but I find it weird that it like crashes the system sometimes. But I think I've had this benchmark do that on other systems, so I am though just to kind of get an idea of system stability. I'm putting the mem test disk in. Although granted it's a GoTech, so I'm not really putting a disk in, but you know what I'm doing. Because if L2, if there is a problem with the cache, then mem test will show it. I think that's just a weird problem with that benchmark program, and as long as I don't have stability problems elsewhere, then I'm totally happy. Megabyte of cache, really super. Yeah, this board seems to work good. I will read off this ROM chip and submit it to the RetroWeb because I think this BIOS is newer than the one they have on their website for this board. So that's an extra plus that there'll be another version of BIOS, and it does look like that the cache jumper settings for the DX9200 are going to work for the DX9500 that I have here. So I will also let the RetroWeb know that, and maybe they will post that for as a I'll see if they won't maybe post it as like a note or something with the board. That way, if anyone has this board and wanted to try to upgrade the cache, then by all means try the jumpers. So I believe, just so I can write myself a note for letting them know that this board DX95 so JP9 let's see, it's JP8 on the 9500, and then it's going to be A, B, C, and D instead of 10, 11, 12, and 13. Yeah, okay. I mean, I haven't exhaustively tried the settings, but I believe they are probably identical. I will see if the RetroWeb would be willing to put a note on the board for anyone willing to try and report back on findings. Because I found they are pretty cool, and hey, I thought one of my boards had a weird quirk with processors, and they were willing to put a note on the board to warn people, and while I had a chance to figure things out, and it turns out it was just turns out it was something failing on my board that I would have not known until it actually failed. Uh, it turned out it was the keyboard controller on the board I had was failing, but I didn't know the keyboard controller was failing until it was like on its last gasps of life, and it really started showing itself as a keyboard controller failure. Replaced the keyboard controller, the board works great, and they removed the note and thanked me for giving him the new data. So yeah, I think they were a bit surprised too as the keyboard controller, but I mean, sometimes when you got something like that failing, it doesn't always present itself as you're missing keystrokes right away. In this case, it was presenting, the first failure was A20 line was, I think, slow. It's like one of those features people forget about on, I think even modern X64 platforms still have an A20 line for DOS compatibility. DOS real mode compatibility. Just, it's part of the chipset now. But until it got integrated into the chipset with everything else, it was actually part of the keyboard controller because there was an extra signal on the keyboard controller, and IBM, when they were designing the AT, said, we'll use that. And that is why the keyboard controller could cause problems when you go to protected mode. That made it look like there was a cork with the board. No, it was the keyboard controller. And if anyone's wondering on this board, I believe this board, I don't see a separate keyboard controller. So I believe this board here is actually a new enough design. I think by the time you got to PCI boards, that's when they really started. The keyboard controller was integrated into the chipset. So it looks like this board has an integrated keyboard controller. Which is good because they don't usually fail. I mean, there's fuses on the board in case you do something really bad with the keyboard port, but yeah, okay, it does look like the memory test is running. I suspect it's just a quirk with that benchmark. I don't think there's... Of course, you know, one thing I really could do if I really wanted to see if there's a problem, I should run Windows. All right. Well, we'll see you when you get back, Jeremy. All right. Let's go back to DOS. I just wanted to run enough of a memory test to make sure that I didn't have some, like, major problem. And let's run Windows. Corrupt swap file warning. Do you want to delete the corrupt swap file? Yes. Okay. That's good. Okay. The Windows ran. That's a good sign. Did want to run speed sys. All right. I have one idea. One more thing to run on this board. And then maybe we can look at the other. Oh, now here we go. This could be interesting. All right, so I'm going into my bag of memory here. And because I know I've had weird issues with certain 486 boards and lots of memory, I just pulled out some 32 megabyte modules. And they're even EDO modules, so we'll see if this board really supports EDO memory. Just as soon as this runs. Yeah, this looks like it's running quite fine. Okay. Yeah, I don't need to let that run. All right. Let's all right, let's kind of go maybe full ridiculous for a 486. I probably won't leave it this way, as you'll probably see in a moment, because it's kind of probably anything I would want to run on this system. It's overkill, but well, if I can release the latches on the memory, there we go. There we go. Well, I got one out. Come on, come on. There we go. Yeah, this board has metal latches, but they're kind of cheap. Okay, so I have a 32 megabyte module here. It is EDO memory. And I have another 32 megabyte module here. I think that's crazy enough. And I think there might be something wrong with my keyboard. Because sometimes when I hit the delete key in BIOS, and it's more than just this board doing it, it like causes a keyboard error. Alright, I only saw 48 megabytes of memory. That's weird. Okay. And DOS is, okay, it could be that I've got a memory manager running and it's running a memory test. Let me... Of course, it also could be because one of these sticks of memory is bad. Because the memory chart for this board does clearly show that 64 megabytes is supported, so... Yeah, I think one of these memory modules is bad. Alright. Alright, let me... Alright, not to be deterred, I actually had found another 32 megabyte module. Also EDO. I was trying to go into BIOS to turn on EDO memory. Let's see if I guessed correctly which memory module was bad. There we go. Gave up waiting for DOS to load. I'm going to skip auto exec and config sys and maybe double check the... I'm going to double check if I'm running the memory test on the memory manager. Okay, I just turned on EDO memory. I also enabled the memory test. So we'll go through this a little slower. Now, I don't really need 64 megs of memory in a 486 system, but oh, I do have test mem off. Interesting. All right, well, let's see. Quite possible this is too much memory for DOS. There we go. Don't know what that was about. Cache check. Interesting. It looks like memory accesses are a little slower above the cached memory. Although probably not. They're probably not really a big deal because in the grand scheme of things, if you need this amount of memory, you'd have this amount of memory, and things will really be faster. I mean, it's the fallacy of a benchmark. I was curious though. The reason why I put 64 megs of memory in here, it wasn't because I'm going to leave it in here. It's because I wanted to see if this chipset had any like issues with large amounts of memory. Like the one board I've got that it doesn't like 32 megs of memory and 256K of cache, so so I just wanted to see by running cache check, does it show an apparent problem at a certain point in memory? Like this chipset may not cache more than 32 megs of memory or something like that. 64 megabytes will let me know if there's a window up to 64 megabytes. I'm not going to run 128 megs of RAM on the live stream, although this board supports it. And for that reason, I may offline put all the memory it supports in it, because I think I've got enough modules that might be good to do it, just to see at what point does the chipset stop caching, because then that tells me how much memory would be the most you'd want to put in this board. It's just because the board supports that amount of memory doesn't mean that the chipset's cache functionality supports that amount of memory. Because there could be a number at which it doesn't cache memory above a certain point. I'm then going to really quickly start a memory test just to see if there's any weird memory errors that crop up at a certain point in memory, like the one board I have, that you can run the memory in another computer, it passes. You can have 128K of memory and cache memory in that computer, and that same memory passes. You go to 256K of memory, and above 32 megabytes, you start getting failures. That is, I think that's a problem with the caching implementation on that board, not the memory. I just want to see if this board has a similar problem. So there we go. There's 32 megabytes. All right, we're already above 32 megabytes, and we're getting the same numbers. So I suspect this chipset with a meg of cache probably goes up to at least 64 megabytes cacheable, if not 128 megabytes. Now, if I'd thought about it, I'd have put all this RAM in it before I upgraded the cache to see if there was a limit to how much you can cache. And this all has to do with the way they design the caching implementation on boards like this, but it is quite possible that with 256K of cache, this board has a lower cacheable memory limit. Also, the other thing about this benchmark, I have confidence that even though that one benchmark crashes DOS when you exit it, that the fact that I'm able to run a utility like cache check without the system crashing probably means the cache memory is okay. I mean, I may go try running that benchmark one more time just to see. It is possible that I didn't have enough memory in the system. Maybe the benchmark ideally needed a bit more memory than I had. But yeah, this board's caching. Yeah, especially if we get to 49 and it's same as above. Yeah, this board. Okay, so it goes up with a mega cache. At least 64 megabytes is cacheable. That's like a luxury amount of memory for a 486 system. More than enough. Quite honestly, I would be tempted to leave a 32 megabyte module on the board and call it done. Oh, there we go. Okay, it looks like the memory accesses. There we go. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Notice how all the memory accesses went to 48 microseconds per kilobyte, including the ones on the CPU. So that tells me that it looks like 56 megabytes is the cacheable limit. Anything above 56 megabytes. Yep, that's the cache limit. And you know, now that I think about that, I think I do remember seeing that somewhere, that 486 processors, I think, yeah, it's like up to about 56 megabytes. Because even the L1 cache, no effect at 56 megabytes. So yeah, that's just a raw memory access time. Yeah, it's telling me it looks like megabyte 56 isn't being cached. Yep, okay. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, 32 megabytes of memory is like plenty for a 486 system. I'm quite fine with that. Okay, I do want to see if that benchmark does anything weird with more memory in the system. Otherwise, I'll run this memory test real quick. If it's going to fail because I got extra cache in the system, it'll be pretty evident. And there we go. Yep. Okay, so that benchmark doesn't like this system. Whatever. All right, I'm gonna run the memory test real quick, at least to let it get through the first test, and the reason is just to see if any memory errors crop up. Because even though megabyte 56 and above isn't cached on this board, and apparently even on this processor, that shouldn't cause any memory errors. I mean, granted, I don't know that both these memory modules are good. I don't think I've ever run a memory test on them, but one telling thing is, though, when I saw on that one board where the memory started failing at a certain address, I mean, it was like 32 megabytes exactly. Hey, Retro Tech Chris! I've got a VIP on the bench. And this is my Mach 64 from the swap meet in the Visa Loco Bus slot. Interestingly enough, I had a little bit of issue with the PCI. I've got a Mach 64 PCI card. It was a bit cranky, but think it was some oxidation in the PCI slot. So anyways, yeah, I'm kind of looking to see if there's any caching quirks on this board. I've got 64 megabytes of memory in it, which is like insane for a 486. And I've just upgraded the cache to 1 megabyte and figured out that the cache jumpers are the same as another motherboard. So yeah, it's a pretty nice board. I think putting 64 megs of memory in this board reminded me that there's like a 486 cache limit of like 56 megabytes. Even with this AM5X86 133. So yeah, I'm not going to leave 64 megs in it, but I just wanted to know where the cache limit was on this board, and with that amount of cache, does it cause memory errors at a certain point, like one of my other boards? So yeah, just as soon as I'm gonna let it run through the. Yeah, I'm gonna let it run through this one test here, moving inversions 8-bit pattern, because if it gets up through that, then we're not dealing with like weird memory errors at a certain cache size. So yeah, yep, I do know the one of the benchmarks likes to crash with a mega cache on this board, but it doesn't crash while running it. It crashes returning to DOS. I think we've had trouble with that benchmark on other computers. I don't know. Some of those benchmarks are weird. It's like the system can be seemingly fine, but like one of the benchmarks doesn't exit cleanly or something. Fun with 486 systems. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Chris, the nice thing about this board, this is a board I managed to snag on eBay for $59. Normally, these VIP boards go for a bit more, but I guess I managed to find the right auction that ended at an awkward time of the day, and I managed to place a bid for it. Yeah, megabyte of cache on it. Yeah, I haven't powered your 46 systems on in a little while. Yeah, so I got my AM5X86 and the mega cache that I just upgraded. I'll probably actually put like 32 megs of RAM in it. More than enough for a 486 system. And it looks like the card I'll leave in it, even though kind of the reason I wanted. Yeah, these generally go for a small fortune. Although I kind of thought that the reason why this one might have gone for so cheap is it did end at a really weird time of the day. It was like one of those awkward times where it would have been a slightly inconvenient time on the West Coast. So, and it only has one Visa Local Bus slot. I do know that the ones that have two and then two Visa Local Bus slots on and PCI, those go for like even crazier amounts. So but yeah, so since this board looks like it's working, this will be my 486 board, because I can put any video card I want in it. I can change the amount of RAM. I got plenty of cache. It'll support any of the 486 processors. So if I ever want to like test a combo, I think this board would support it. So and it looks like I can put 32 megs of RAM in it. In fact, I can go to 48 megs of RAM if I wanted to, and it would still be under the cache limit. So I'll probably put 32 megs in it. Seems like a nice amount to be able to run anything you want to on a 486. Quite honestly, the AM5X86 133 is not a bad processor. So, yeah, it looks like, okay, we're almost done with the test I wanted to run, and that will conclude what I had for this VIP motherboard. So I guess I guess I should probably turn the capture input on. Let me go grab the other VIP motherboard I have. Because, well, it looks like we got some time we can take a look at it. At least to start to look at it. Now, for full disclosure, if you're thinking that I managed to buy two Visa Local Bus ISA PCI boards on eBay, no. This other VIP motherboard is a VIP motherboard because VIP is in the model number. This board definitely doesn't. The second board definitely does not have Visa Local Bus. It definitely does not have PCI bus. Yeah, two for sure. I almost. Oh, and it is in a box. But yeah, so I actually have two VIP boards, and they both were in boxes before the stream started. And luckily, I looked at the address this one came from, because actually I just about grabbed the wrong board. Because I have a third board in a box. Oh, yippee! This seller used priority mail envelopes as packing material. Although, luckily, the way they were used as packing material, they're unused, and I can use them for mailing things. So, that's a win. Yeah. Alright, so. Does anyone... Oh, hey, Sloopy. Does anyone want to even venture a guess as to what this board is? I think I might be crazy to have even bought this board. Alright, so it is green. It is, I guess you can see it is like AT sized. Okay, my memory test finished. That's all I was going to run. Alright. So it looks like this board is more or less doing what I wanted it to do. It does at least appear to be as described. It's a PC board. Yep. Alright. Yep, it's the second VIP board of the stream. And actually, I just realized we might not actually be able to... may not actually be able to test it. How's that for embarrassing realizations? Alright. Well, it should probably tell you if the fact that I have left the compact flash card in this motherboard here, probably a good sign that the board that I am about to pull into the workbench has no onboard I/O. Alright. Yeah, and I know you all are probably going to be like, that's not a VIP motherboard. Alright, let me grab a box to set it on. Make sure that the address side is down. Priority mail, they deliver for me. And there you go. It's a VIP board. All right, Dave finally got a key made for his beamer. Yay! All right, so this is a VIP TXM/10 board. The reason I might not be able to test it, it just dawned on me, is because this is actually an XT board. As is evidenced by the fact that is an NEC V20 processor. It has plenty of RAM on it, which luckily is not MT brand. I think this might have come out of a DTK system. I am hoping that it's not missing one of the ROMs. But anyways, we will see how far I get with this board. All right, one good thing is I don't need to put any. Well, don't need to get any RAM out. I do need a video card, so I will use this convenient Trident memory card or video card. I also do want to, now that I just realized, I do want to check for shorts on this board, because unlike the first VIP board that had no tantalums on it, the second one definitely does have tantalums on it. All right, so let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be common. Let's see. So, all right. No shorts. No shorts. No shorts. No shorts. Those are common. Okay. No shorts. No shorts. No shorts. And no shorts. All right. Oh, hold on. Okay. There is nothing shorted on the board, so the other thing I should probably do real quick is check these jumper settings. Unlike some of the other things that I've had on the channel, this board does not have a setup program, if I am looking at this correct. VIP. All right, let me see if I can find the jumper settings for this board real quick. I do know it's on the retro web. I don't remember who made this board, actually. I mean, it's got a DTK copyright on the BIOS, but that doesn't necessarily mean DTK made the board. It could just mean that whoever made this board licensed a BIOS from DTK. Oh, I thought it was on the retro web. Okay. All right, let me try this again. Reset fields. How many? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's got 8. 8-bit ISA slots. And I have no idea what the CPU socket type is when it comes to these. Not a PGA. Is there like a dip? Oh, there we go. Dip 40. Search. 116 results. That's wonderful. You know, quite honestly, someone's probably screaming in the chat. It probably uses the same jumper settings as an XT. Or dip switch settings. It probably does. Oh, here it is. It is an AUVA computer TXM 8/10. Oh, so the official model number doesn't actually contain VIP in it. That's lovely. All right, I have the jumper settings from the RetroWeb. There are 2 blocks of switches, and it says do not alter switch 2. Okay, so switch 1 says do not alter. This, I think, switch 1. Switch 1 2 is NPU. So NPU disabled would be off. Oh. Okay. Well, let me turn that switch off. I don't have a FPU to put in here. All right. So switches 3 and 4 are off and off. So do I have 1 megabyte of memory on here? No, I do not. 512. So I have 640K of memory. So switches on, and I bet the last person that had this board probably had trouble with it because I think that the switch settings are wrong. 3 and 4. On and off, so that is for 640K. Switch 5 and 6. Let's see here. It is currently set for color 80 by 25, but I think I want to turn both of them on for EGA type display because I think that will be good for VGA. And floppy drive configuration is 7 and 8. And if I have 7 and 8 both on, then that is for 1 drive. And I'll have to get a floppy drive controller because it probably will give me an error otherwise, but that's fine. I would at least like to see if it boots. All right. And I have a feeling that I probably forgot to click something. Sorry about that. Oh, hey, Falcor. Yeah. All right. Well, oh, that's lovely. Okay, so I won't be able to plug a speaker into this because it has a 2-pin speaker port. All right. Whatever. All right, so as always, the black power leads go in the middle. I am going to plug the keyboard in. However, I do not expect that it's going to work because I believe this motherboard is going to look for an XT keyboard, and this is an AT keyboard. I do have the VGA card plugged in. I am hoping that we at least see something on the screen. I do have a CGA card if I need to try it. Actually, I think I have a couple now. All right, so 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's a good sign. We've got the Trident BIOS. Oh! DTK Corp Computer 88. 640K RAM. We got a disk error because I don't have a floppy drive. Boot record not found. Strike any key to reboot. And okay. Let me see if I got an ISA card with a floppy controller on it. Well, I mean, I know I've got an ISA card with a floppy controller on it, but one that a XP computer would like. That is the question. Okay, well, I don't know if it'll like it, but I may have to pull the. I may also have to pull the ROM off of it, but because something tells me the. Well, actually, let me. Okay, let me pull the ROM off of this board because I think I can definitely say that this ROM is not going to run on a V20 processor. Okay. I think this card probably will be fine plugged into 8-bit only part of a slot. It is a. Oh, you can't see because I forgot to change camera views. It's a 16-bit controller card. It's plugged into 8 bits. All right. Let me. Okay, so I got oh, it's probably looking for a 360K disc, so hold please. Oh, I don't think I've got a I don't think I got a disc on here that it's going to like. Chris says Richard Tech Chris just noticed that this one's called Computer 2. Well, this one's Computer 88. Okay, this Computer 88 does not like an AT keyboard. Interestingly enough, it seems to be completely oblivious to the fact that the keyboard is like plugged in. It's not giving me any keyboard errors, but it is not accepting keystrokes from this keyboard. The thing, I didn't expect this keyboard would work. I forgot to. I don't have an XT keyboard. Let me at least see if I put a 360K DOS disk on this GoTech. I'm at least going to see, will this boot from a 360K disk image? Because the GoTech will handle it. You go to winworldpc.com and hopefully there's a older DOS disk there. Whoop. Okay, I just bumped something. I don't know what I just lost on the computer. Oh, all right. We'll see you later, Chris. All right. Let's see. Miss DOS. Oh. Well, I plugged something into my computer that is malfunctioning. Hopefully, it is not one of the cameras OBS is trying to use. It's. I don't know what's malfunctioning. I'll probably figure it out at some inconvenient point. Oh! Actually, it is the USB thumb drive I plugged in that was in my GoTech. That is what is malfunctioning. That's not good. Huh. Interesting. I think my USB thumb drive might have decided to fail just now. Alright, well, at least there wasn't anything like totally irreplaceable on it. The USB port of my computer. Sure enough, drive is not detecting. Okay, I may not be getting much further with this board. Because Windows is... Yeah, this USB drive's not happy. Yeah, I'm going to the device manager. I wanted to see if the thumb drive is even showing up, and no, it's not. Yeah, I think my thumb drive failed. Wonderful. All right. Well, on that disappointing note, oh, my GoTech still likes it. That's nice. Huh. Well, let's see here. Let me see if I got a disk image on my GoTech that it'll like. It's quite possible it doesn't like this controller card. The controller card may not be happy on a 8-bit bus. Gut Bomb says, I think I just jinxed your... Ah! Oh, yeah, Gut Bomb says, Justin, I promise I'm not saying this to jinx anything, but this is the first stream in a while where nothing has gone wrong. I think I just jinxed your thumb drive, yeah. Or it's the port on my computer. Okay, I just unplugged my T48 programmer because I don't need it at the moment. I'll plug this thumb drive into the port that the T48 was on, and it is not detecting correctly. Okay, it does not surprise me that the GoTech would be fine with it and the computer is not. Yeah, Windows doesn't like it. Because the GoTech is quite possibly just accessing it as a thumb drive, and Windows is probably actually trying to check it. Okay. Well, that okay. The thing is, I don't know that I have any spare thumb drives that I can spare on like a moment's notice. I mean, I think I've got some spare thumb drives somewhere, but they're either like I got to figure out where they are, or I would have to like copy things off of them. My Falcor's fighting a G5 tower right now. Well, that's a cakewalk compared to Windows just deciding, oh, I don't like your thumb drive anymore. All right, well. Oh, okay, let me see. Do I have any? Okay, don't think I got any thumb drives down here. All right, I guess let me go try plugging it into Linux. Yeah, I don't have a Linux box down here. Unfortunately, the thing is, I think even if I get this motherboard to boot something, I don't have a keyboard that this is going to like. I need to get a keyboard adapter. So I think at the moment I'm just going to. I think I'm just going to. Oh, it probably would be better if I don't push chips in while the system's powered on. I noticed some of the chips were like coming out of their socket. Linux box streams sometimes. Maybe. I mean, I got a laptop I have Linux installed on, but it's not a laptop I can stream from. Okay, well, I'm going to. I think I'm just going to be happy with the fact that this board even does something. And we'll go with that. All right, so this board does something. It works. It actually powers on. You see text. Yay. I call that successful. You'll see this board in the future. So, basically, the thing is, I got a 286 board I bought for to put in the luggable that Jeremy sent me, and I have yet to get that 286 board to do anything. So, that's why I bought this board. Because I was like, all right, if I can't get a 286 board to work, then maybe at least I'll settle for a nice V20 board. If it works, it at least gives me something that I know will work with CGA, EGA cards. So I can at least try to get the luggable running. And then I can later deal with the fact that I really wanted to put a 286 in it. But I was like, at least I got a board that I can use to try to get things running. And that's why I got this board. Because it'll actually fit in the luggable case. And it posts at least. I don't have a XT keyboard. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold the gravy train here. Surprised Jeremy didn't like suggest, well, why don't you try plugging in the keyboard from the luggable? Well, I don't know if it's an XT keyboard, which but I just realized maybe it is an XT keyboard, which would then answer what the system used to be. Yeah. Okay, maybe he was typing that as I was realizing that I had the luggable keyboard nearby. So if this keyboard actually works, if it actually responds to the press a key prompt, then maybe I needed well, the 286 board I have actually is switchable. You can actually switch it between XT and AT signaling for the keyboard. So it doesn't really matter what signaling the luggable keyboard uses. The 286 board I was trying to use can do both. Most 8088 boards are XT. Although I say most because my Emerson 8000 EC, which is an XT class computer, actually uses an AT keyboard. Long story how I figured that out without having an XT keyboard, but yeah, the keyboard might have a jumper. Well, my Emerson keyboard does not have a jumper inside of it. It's an AT keyboard through and through. The luggable keyboard might have a jumper inside of it. All right, so I got the luggable keyboard plugged in. Oh. Oh, yeah. It does help when you apply power, because I'm trying to... There we go. There we go. My 8-bit Trident card works like a champ. Oh, we got a keyboard error. Interesting. Disk error. Well, that's interesting. I do not know where the delete key is on it. Okay, so maybe the Luggable's keyboard is dead? I don't know. All right, well, this 8088. Okay, so apparently, despite the fact that I thought this board was not listening to key presses with my Emerson keyboard, apparently it's totally fine with it. Gutbomb says a Xenix stream would be cool. Well, maybe someday I'll do an IRIX stream. Delete key is in the numpad. The numpad contains the following keys. Oh, there it is. It's the period key. All right, well, let me see if this keyboard has a switch inside of it to turn it to the other signaling. I really can't show it on stream because, well, maybe I can. All right. Running out of bench space here. Okay. So I'm just going to pop the back of this keyboard off real quick to see if by chance there is a switch inside of it for AT and XT. Because it is quite possible that there is. Because I think that luggable chassis could support both. So the thing is, my Emerson keyboard might actually... You know, I kind of wondered if maybe it did, like, automatic switching. maybe that's why I have trouble with some motherboards. Maybe it's maybe the keyboard tries to do ATXT scan code switching, and maybe my Emerson keyboard is not doing it correctly all the time. So Jeremy's telling me he had to take his keyboard nearly apart to get to the switch. Oh, here we go. It does have a switch in it. Unfortunately, I would show you the switch, but then all the screws will fall out. So let me instead push the screws out so that I can turn this over. And now I believe I have figured out my Emerson keyboard must be doing scan code conversion automatically, because here's the switch and it's currently set to A. So there we go. It's now set to X. And the service formerly known as Twitter now just collectively went haywire because I switched the keyboard to X. For my next trick, I'll switch it to X Windows. And I'll run it on a Trident video card, and it will be happy. Except that it won't, because this is just a 8088, and Linux won't run on an 8088. Okay, let's see if it oh, there we go. I saw the LEDs flash on the keyboard. I bet my Emerson keyboard actually does try to automatically switch between AT and XT. And I bet the reason I sometimes have trouble with it on AT computers is it probably doesn't always work. Well, there we go. It definitely... yeah, I think it's responding to key presses now. Which tells me that A, my Emerson keyboard might have something wrong with it. B, my Emerson keyboard tries to do scan code switching, which is probably why it works with my Emerson XT class computer. Now I bet that computer does use an XT keyboard. Now I think I now know for sure that it uses an XT keyboard, and that keyboard does auto switching. And fails sometimes. I should probably just get some... I should probably get another keyboard that has an actual switch on it. To elaborate, an actual switch on the underside of it so that I do not have to take it apart every time I want to switch scan code methodologies. Alright, so let me put my controller card back in. Now that I have a keyboard that I think it's might be happier with because it's switched to XT and not trying to do a scan code adaptation. Joe says, strike that key like SAG-AFTRA. Okay. No keyboard error. Hey, no disk error. So, okay. So I bet if I go put a... Oh, Joe's saying, stopping by to say goodnight. Well, good night, Joe. I bet now if I go put a 360K image on this GoTech, or on this USB thumb drive, assuming I can find a computer that likes it, without a disk image, my GoTech, apparently, this computer saw what it wanted to drive-wise. So I bet if I go put a 360K image on it, this computer might boot DOS. That's good. All right, well, let me go upstairs and I'll be right back. Uh, I gotta see if any of my computer, okay, so if my Threadripper computer will read this thumb drive, then I will put a 360K boot disk on it and we'll try to boot it. If it doesn't work, then I'll probably going to end the stream early because I'm tired tonight. I was editing a video, which will premiere tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That way, it'll be done before Old World Tech Fridays or whatever the live stream is. I don't want to over premiere on top of them. And if anyone's wondering, it's like a under 12-minute video, I believe. So, yes, unusually short for Justin standards, but I'm trying. I'm trying for the more palatable videos. Anyways, let me see if I can get a 360K boot disk image on this thumb drive, and we'll go from there. I'll be right back. Either way, well, I'm going to give it a shot. We'll see. I'd like to see this computer boot to DOS. All right, I am back. My Threadripper computer had no problems with this USB thumb drive. Next month's coffee goal might be to help me buy an HP Z440 workstation used to replace my Z420 that I have down here. Something tells me the computer might be failing. Here we go. I am booting from DOS 3.3, it looks like. Hey! That's good. It works! Woohoo! Okay. Now I got a really good idea here. Hold please while I go, probably realize I have the card screwed in. Yeah, luckily my Emerson 8000 EC is down here. Oh yeah, this is a different board than earlier, yes. The VIP board that I had earlier works pretty well. Some weird benchmark quirks. So I pulled out one of my other VIP boards, but in this case it's VIP and the silk screen says VIP. The first VIP board was my Visa Local Bus ISA PCI board. Oh, and hey Mikey. Yeah, and it looks like this board works too. I'm gonna pull the XT IDE out of my Emerson 8000 EC. Let's see if I can boot from XT IDE. Now this may not work. May not work at all because the Emerson has a content is locked for you. No worries. Interesting. That's good feedback to know, Jeremy, because I sure thought I told Patron to let people preview it, even if they weren't a patron. So I'll go back and check my settings. I did this. I was trying Patreon's video feature as an experiment to see how it worked, and that's good feedback to know, because I sure thought it would let people preview it. Oops. Okay. Don't know. Oh. Oh. I bumped the video card out of the slot. Okay. That would explain why nothing happened. Alright. There we go. Okay. This may not work. I put the XT IDE from my Emerson 8000 EC in here, but the Emerson 8000 EC has a quirk, and I have to use a BIOS, XT IDE BIOS that enables a feature, and actually we're booting from floppy disk. So I think for this board here, I would need to flash the standard XT IDE BIOS on. Huh. Okay, good feedback to know. If Patreon's preview feature doesn't work the way I expected it, then well, I'll probably email them, ask them why, because I sure thought, because they clearly, or I set something wrong. I'll go back and check the post. I might have set something wrong. I sure thought I told it, though, to allow non-patrons to see, like, the first minute and 23 seconds of the video. As a teaser. But if it doesn't work the way I thought it does, then well, I'll see why it's not working, and if it still doesn't work the way I thought it did, then won't do it that way next time. I'll just let channel supporters preview it the way it had been. So anyway, yeah. I mean, it'd be nice to know why it doesn't work the way I thought it should, but I won't worry about it. Because I thought it would be cool to at least let anyone see a brief teaser. I mean, if you're a channel supporter, you'll get to see the new introduction a day early. But actually, I think I've previewed that already. Anyways, okay, so the XT IDE for my Emerson 8000 EC, it's got the wrong BIOS on it. I don't want to reprogram it because it's a pain to reprogram. Because this is the it's the low tech one from Texelec, and it stays in my Emerson 8000 EC. So, unfortunately, the problem is my other XT IDE. It theoretically would work, but I don't have an adapter to plug into it. So, anyways, I don't have it available to test tonight. Anyways, though, the cool thing is this VIP board works. It's got 640K of RAM. It likes VGA cards. I'm sure I could get the XT IDE to work with it. Just it needs probably the standard one. The Emerson 8000 EC requires the late initialization BIOS, but that late initialization BIOS doesn't work on systems that do things normally, so that's why it's not booting from XT IDE. Yeah, I was able to write to the USB upstairs. I don't know what the problem is. Probably the USB port on my HP Z420 down here. Or 2 ports. Or Windows has screwed up the USB or something. I don't know. Maybe I got something plugged into the USB it doesn't like. I don't know what's going on. I'm just happy that I've got a XT board with a V20 processor, because this has a V20 processor on it that works. I can probably put it in the luggable, no problem. In fact, I've got the luggable keyboard plugged into it. That's working. I am curious about one thing. Adrian's RAM expansion would be nice for this system. I don't know that I need Adrian's RAM expansion. I think this board actually would support, I think this board would actually support me taking these 4164s out and putting in 41256s. It's an 88, it's a XT system. I don't need oodles and oodles of RAM. Windows loves changing USB drivers when Windows update. Yeah, I think an update might have installed on this computer. I probably need to reboot it. I did let something install during the middle of the stream because I didn't want to fight with it. I didn't think it was anything that should have messed with USB, but maybe it did. One thing I would like to try before I end the stream, famous last words of a quick trial. Okay, I knew a VGA card would work totally fine in this system. I mean, it doesn't have onboard video, so I was pretty sure that I wouldn't have any conflicts. Because the thing is, my Emerson 8000 EC has onboard video, so I can't plug in a VGA card to it. But that's cool. It supports Plantronics Color Plus mode. So, I mean, there's all of like two programs that can make use of Plantronics Color Plus mode. I mean, I think there's a few more out there, but it's not like I'd be wanting to run any of them. because I think there were several productivity apps. I don't do retro computing to run those productivity apps because I think they were all spreadsheets. Okay, so one thing I do have is this board here that is supposedly an... Is this an EGA card? I don't know what this board is. I'm going to plug it in. I'm going to plug in the... I'm going to attempt to plug in the... my... RGB to HDMI. I don't know if it's going to sync to it. I could plug it... You know, I could plug this into a composite input as well, because I think no matter how I have the card jumpered, it should be outputting a composite signal. I was trying to test the... So I was trying to use this video card in the 286 board that I couldn't get to do anything. Alright, so I'm going to plug in one of the composite. I have no idea which composite jack is which. Alright, let's see if this even does anything. Let me switch HDMI inputs. I think that's on HDMI 1, but I'm not sure. I think maybe that's HDMI 2. HDMI 3. I don't remember which one I got it plugged into. I think it is HDMI 2. I think I was... Alright, I'm trying to remember which... Four? Alright. Okay, so apparently... this board is not outputting anything. Let me get a composite. I think that's composite 2. So you know, I bet this board is not outputting a single thing. Alright, let me try the other composite output. It's also possible this board is disconfigured. I don't know. I've never... it's like some EGA board I bought on eBay that probably doesn't actually work. I've never been able to... I don't... It's not the one you gave me, Jeremy, although I think I'm about to go grab that one. Oh, wait. Was that even plugged in the slot all the way? Oh! Well, that would probably explain it. I don't think I had it plugged in the slot all the way. That was a weird failure mode. I'm getting tired. Alright, let's try this again. So RGB to HDMI. I think that is on... I'm pretty sure that's on HDMI 1. Alright. Maybe it's HDMI 2. It's one of the two. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me see if I can change the settings. So currently it's on CGA. And I think this is an EGA card. Oh, look, Jeremy, if it was a Sam Coupe, then right there's the setting for it, but this isn't a EGA. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. This board does work. I bet the problems I had with this board earlier were due to probably due to probably the problems I had with this card were due to the fact that the motherboard I was trying to use it in isn't working. Clearly the card works. All right, so I do have an EGA card that works. Let me go, let's see. So this is it's an EGA card I bought on eBay because it had a feature connector that I found the pinout for. Jeremy sent me a card as well. I think it's well, I think it might actually be a CGA card. Oh, it's an Orchid Systems card. Neat. It's one of their early cards. Okay, this is that EGA card I bought on eBay that apparently it works fine. It's the 286 board I bought on eBay that all I've ever gotten it to do is give me a blinking cursor. Also, I tried this EGA card in like a overkill system. It was like a Pentium or something, or yeah, I think I'd stuck it in a Pentium system, and that Pentium system did not like the fact I was trying to use an EGA card at all. I suspect it had no support for EGA. Okay, let's see. This is the board Jeremy gave me, and okay, that may not be. Could be because I got the wrong profile selected. Whoops. Let's see, CGA, nope. I bet this is an MDA card. Wait. Yeah, that did look like a really big cursor. Hercules, that's interesting. Okay. Let's try this. And the other thing I need to do, because I think this card is not an EGA card. It could be a CGA card. It might be that I have the wrong display adapter set on the jumpers, because I have it set for EGA because the card I was using. If you're using a VGA card, you set it for EGA. The card I just had in was an actual EGA card. So this one, I think I want switches 5 and 6 to be off, because that's for monochrome. I'm gonna try that first, and if it doesn't sync with that, I'll switch it to CGA. Well, that okay. Well, that definitely wasn't it. Okay, let me see what it does if I set it for CGA 40 column. Yeah, we got we got a 3-day weekend. It's Labor Day weekend. Okay, that's promising. I think I got the wrong profile selected. So I jumpered the board for CGA 40 column. So now I gotta get around in the menu here to where the CGA. Let's see, that's EGA. That's weird. Because the interesting thing was, should there is text on the screen. That's Hercules. Ah. All right, so I got it set for CGA 40 column right now. Don't forget about the switches on the card. Yeah, I may need to. All right, let's see if I can. Well, first of all, I got to figure out what the card is. Okay, let me check what the switches on the card are for because I'm getting glimmers of hope. Okay, let me see here. So this is an Orchid System PC3. Is that what this is? All right. Let's see here. So it's an Orchid System PC Roman numeral 3. Let's see if that comes up with anything. Well, that did find something on the VCF forums. An Orchid Portable PC3. All right, well, maybe. See, it had a black and white VGA LCD display. That doesn't make sense because that's obviously a CGA, EGA, MDA output on that card. And it's not a whole computer. All right, Orchid Technology. Okay, I gotta see if I can find this card. Orchid System. Zip switch settings. Okay. I'm having trouble finding this card. Let's go to stason.org. See if by chance this card is in the jumper settings that Jason or stason.org has. The Tulark. Personal computers info. Let's see here. Video cards specs A to Z. See here, any 8-bit ISA index. So I think this is an Orchid. See if any of these. Oh, this is not it. Let's see here. Fortunately, the label on the ROM chip is not necessarily. I mean, the card says Orchid System on it. All right, let me search for the Yamaha. Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to find any information on this card. I'm having trouble telling what is the model number of the card. Well, I don't know if anyone saw Adrian's video on yesterday, but Adrian has an Apple II Plus clone. I kept staring at his power supply to see if it looked better than mine, and yeah, I think his clone actually has a Seasonic power supply in it, which is probably a good thing. I did leave a comment on his video because he was wondering if anyone had seen the clone, and his clone has a breadboard section on it like mine. We'll see. I did kind of thought it was cool that, hey, I was actually ahead of the curve for once. Okay, so I have identified this is a early. There we go. It's an early MDA CGA Hercules chipset. Unfortunately, I haven't found anything on the dip switch settings yet, because I found a data sheet for the graphics controller. Unfortunately, despite the fact that I find vintage Yamaha datasheets something strangely cool about the way they look. Unfortunately, the datasheet's just for the graphics chip, so there's no like jumper settings. But it is a Yamaha V6366C graphics chip set. Unfortunately, I'm having trouble finding any information on the actual card because there's not a model number on the card. I think it might have come out of some computer that was a PC3 in the model name, but unfortunately, it kind of looks like this card might not have any information on it. I'm probably going to have to. No, it doesn't have a YM number on the chipset. Quite possibly it doesn't have a YM number on the chipset because it might be a clone of something else, or Yamaha might have been second source for someone else's chip. Okay. Probably any FCC ID on the card. Ooh, that's a good question. No, there is not an FCC ID on the card. It says copyright with a space between copy and write. Orchid System, which is weird because I think the graphics card company that I more would associate with Orchid, I think, is Orchid Technologies, although maybe they renamed later in their corporate history. The ROM chip says PC, and it looks like a Roman numeral 3, copyright 1988. Unfortunately, the ROM chip is soldered, otherwise I would pull it and read it out to see if there was any clues there. And yeah, I think this is going to be one of those. I'm going to probably take a picture of the card, and probably this will be something I post to Vogons, like, hey, does anyone recognize this card and or maybe have dip switch settings for it? Thomas says, show Google visual search. I might try that, just not tonight. So this card might work, but I'm going to have to find the dip switch settings for it. That'll be a challenge for another night. I'll probably post something to Vogons. I might try the visual search too. Maybe someone on Vogons might recognize it. Honestly, there's some threads on Vogons that go to the point of some people trying to reverse engineer settings. I don't know that I have that patience. At least not tonight. I'm getting tired. So, no verdict on the card. Actually, no, I find it quite interesting that this card has a hard drive. It looks like it has a place to connect the hard drive and floppy drive LEDs. All right, let me try something here. Just one last thought. There is a jumper on this card that says monochrome slash, it says MON/COL. I'm presuming that's monochrome color. One last thing for the night. Let me try putting a jumper. Let me try putting a jumper there. Because, I mean, I did see something close. But maybe for the way I have this configured, I need the jumper on it. And all right, so let's see. Well, huh. I mean, that is getting close. But that's Hercules profile. And there's MDA. There's video 7 MDA. Amstrad CPC Plus, Apple IIgs, Apple IIc, Apple IIe, Apple Lisa, Mac Classic, Atari ST. Let's see, it's Atari. Amiga. I think I should have probably just gone the other way a little while ago. There's CGA IBM New, CGA IBM Old, EGA, EGA Wonder, Hercules. Interestingly enough, Hercules and MDA are actually getting close. No, Thomas, it's not an all-in-one card. The card only has video, but it's like, I think Jeremy told me it's a video card for some sort of a luggable. And some of those luggables did have like an on-screen indicator they would flash. Okay. So I got this motherboard. All right. Let me just check one last thing. So, okay, so I've got this configured for 40 columns. All right. Let me try configuring it for 80 columns CGA. The one last thing. It'd be the one other setting I haven't tried with this card. And maybe the reason why it's close on some of those modes is because I had the motherboard configured close to the right setting, but not quite, although now I think I see that no. That looks too narrow. It's Hercules. Okay, we should be, let's see, that's EGA, CGA, CGA. All right. Move that color monochrome jumper. CGA, CGA. It's like it's like this card is like close. I think this card is I think this card might be configured for monochrome mode right now. That's just a hunch. Okay. So I got the motherboard configured for monochrome. All right, the last thing. Let me put that jumper back on this jumper position that says color monochrome. So I'll have to do some more research on this card. Okay. I don't think that was the Jeremy says the computer he pulled it from had a monochrome orange gas plasma display. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it was a Hercules or an MDA card. It could have still been CGA. Some of those gas plasma displays could do multiple shades. Okay. All right, I think I'm going to conclude on this card. It's not. I don't. I think this card may be working because I am seeing like things show up, but not correctly. It's probably that I don't have the switch settings for the card. So further investigation is required. The card I got on eBay, though, it works, so that's cool. So I got two VIP motherboards. They both seem to work. I got the one booted into DOS 622. I got this one booted into DOS 3.3. I think that's a good start. So this motherboard, I will probably, at least until I can figure out what's wrong with my 286 motherboard I got for the luggable. This is probably the board I'll use to get the luggable into a working state. Only because it works and I know I won't be fighting with like weird issues. I know it's going to like just work with a monochrome or a CGA or EGA card. Plus, it'll be cool. I mean, if I can't get a 286 to work in it, I think it's cool to get an 8080 or a V20 working in it. Because at least that would let me run the slightly more enhanced XTIDE BIOS. So anyways, this is not the last time you'll see this board. I think overall the stream was a success, even if I had a few hiccups along the way. USB ports on my computer, mainly. Yeah, two boards. Both are VIP boards. One because it says VIP on the silk screen, and the other because it's a Visa Local Bus ISA PCI board. They both work. Yeah. Good CPU fight. Yeah. Oh, hey, Madison. Yeah, you got here just in time for me to be ending the stream, because I need to go to bed closer to my actual bedtime tonight, because I was up late working on a video last night. And anyways, so let's see here. Tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. I will be premiering said video. It's cool. I haven't scheduled the premiere yet because I am I'm going to change it to a premiere tomorrow morning. I have to let my coffee supporters have a chance to watch it first. Sloopy's asking, when are we going to see Mac stuffs again? Next week. I'm going to have at least one Mac stream next week. I'm pretty sure of it, because I got cap kits from Console 5. I've got a Mac Plus that I'd like to get running, and of course there's the G3 that people have been asking about. So I got enough for a good Mac stream. So next week, Tuesday or Thursday, I'll do a Mac stream. I may do a PC stream too. In fact, next week I may do Mac versus PC again. That was pretty fun. So yeah, but I got some Mac stuff to work on. So next week, we'll do a Mac stream. Yeah. Sloopy says, nasty rumor going around, you got a new Mac. Yeah, I got a couple of new Macs. Oh, cool, Madison. Power Mac G4. Those are pretty neat. Unfortunately, even if I move, the G4 I've got behind me is kind of hidden slightly. It's shy. It's hiding behind an Apple monitor. I need to work on at some point. Anyways, all right, smash that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications, even though they don't work half the time. Maybe if the YouTube dice are thrown and it decides to send you a notification, you'll get a notification. Or pretty much, if you don't get notifications, I've been streaming Tuesdays, Thursdays, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Except when I got something going on like Tuesday. So I was working on the video that premieres tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. because it's time for that to premiere. And yeah, Mac stuff's next week. Subscribe, like, comment, ring bell notifications. check out my coffee and Patreon. And let's see here. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. So, yeah, and oh yeah, Sloopy, that's right. I got that other Mac stuffs too. Yeah, I'll have to. I might have to bring that down to the basement. It's been in my garage airing out. So, yeah, I forgot about that. Well, that Mac stuffs might make an appearance too next week. We will have to see. Anyways, have a great rest of your day. Take care, and I hope to see you next time. And, yo, Mac on eBay for $40. That probably was a pretty good deal. Anyway, so take care. Have a great rest of your day. Jeremy keeps a Power Mac G4 Quicksilver on his desk. Good choice. And with that, I am going to click this button because you all could keep me up all night, and I definitely need to get to bed here real soon because I am tired. So take care, and we'll see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.